Session today is the SRO funding and discussion. We did have a meeting a week before last, and with the school and the sheriff's department, and we discussed the SRO and the possible means of funding. And so rather than me trying to explain it to you and butchering it, I'm going to let Chris and Brian explain it to you so they'll get it right. There are some options that we've looked into, and I think that we need to hear all the options, so that's all we're here. Chris?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Good afternoon. Nice to see everyone with us this afternoon. I see our sheriff is with us, school superintendent and school finance director, and Mr. Tatum alluded to a meeting we held just 2 weeks ago on this very topic. And of course, we thought it would be really good to start off today maybe kind of setting the stage on where we are with school resource officers, where we were, where we are currently, and maybe possibility of maybe where we possibly will go. So, Brian, if you don't mind advancing the slide for me there. So, you'll see on the screen prior to really this current school budget year, or the school year prior to the current school year, there was a total of 2 SROs from the Rocky Mount Police Department. One's at the middle school, one at the high school. Of course, in the sheriff's office, an additional 3, one at the middle and 2 at the high school. So combined with the town and the county, prior to the current school year, there were 2 SROs at the middle school and 3 at the high school. None in the elementary schools prior to this school year. Of course, you all remember as a board, last summer, this board deliberated and worked with the Office of the Sheriff, where the sheriff applied for a state school resource officer grant and was awarded to support 6 new additional school resource officers for shared coverage of our 12 elementary schools. That's a total of 11 school resource officers in the school system, 9 of which are on the county portion, 2 of which are on the town of Rocky Mount portion. Of course, previous and current school resource officer state grants, they are subject to a continuation of state funding. So it is subject to the annual budget appropriation of the Commonwealth of Virginia each year. Ultimately, the caveat with school resource officer grants, they expire. They ultimately expire. They ultimately decrease over a period of years. As an example, the recent grant for the additional 6 SROs will expire in fiscal year 26-27. You may have heard me refer to this, and it's not unlike some of the federal grants that often expire. I equate it to the state of Virginia. While we welcome the ice cream cone with the ice cream, we know that ice cream cone melts and will melt in a matter of 4 or 5 years, leaving the locality with the full cost potentially if the locality so chooses to continue with SROs. During the March 7th board meeting, our board acknowledged the sheriff's request and his plan to apply for an additional 8 SROs currently. The board did acknowledge during that, and I think it was understood by all, that the application process would move forward. However, the county is not bound to accept the state grant funding and the subsequent required local match going forward. We're not bound by that if we are awarded the SRO grant. Roll forward to the April 6th board meeting. The board at that meeting voted to allocate up to $100,000 of one-time funding from the county's budget stabilization reserve to assist with SRO coverage in our schools for the remaining part of the school year. The Sheriff's Office recently advised us, I think this was asked of staff, what's the accounting, where are we with that $100,000? The Sheriff's Office has advised they put a plan in place utilizing existing staffing to handle the last remaining weeks of school this school year. The Sheriff's Office also advises that it has used limited overtime to date, using existing overtime line items to handle this budget year. Therefore, the Sheriff's Office has advised it does not appear that they will need to utilize the $100,000 recently approved by the board. That being said, during the April 6th board meeting, The board also directed staff to examine various school resource officer cost scenarios to really begin this review and discussion. And Mr. Tatum, as you noted, prior, on May 2nd, our board chairman and our vice chair convened a meeting with the chair and the vice chair of the school board, the school staff, the sheriff's office, sheriff's staff, the town and county town staff, representatives, really to begin this collaborative discussion of funding opportunities. And so, where are we? As Mr. Carter noted during his finance budget presentation, we do understand there's been preliminary notification of an award for SRO grants for the 23-24 year that would support the equivalent of 8 new school resource officers, or state funding of approximately $462,000, with that 40% local match requirement of $306,000. It is important to note that none of these funds are budgeted at this time in terms of county funds. The board has already approved the 23-24 budget. I also should note that no startup or capital cost, such as vehicles, uniforms, and equipment, that's an estimated cost there for these potential 8 SROs. None of that has been budgeted at this time. And so, as previously noted, all this grant funding from the state that does incrementally decrease and expires in 4 or 5 years, the current grant that we have for those 6 SROs will expire in fiscal year 25-26. And this newly announced SRO grant, if accepted, those funds would expire in FY 26-27. So if there's any acceptance or modification to the SRO grant that we have just been advised of, action would need to be taken to accept that or modify that within 60 days of the grant award letter, the official grant award letter. Of course, we don't know that date because we haven't received a dated official letter, but it's 60 days further into that. So all this being said, a couple of weeks ago, in anticipation possibly of being awarded a state SRO grant, we really needed to see the numbers on paper. What does that look like in terms of the cost? Because there are several rounds of SRO grants that are funding through. The previous 2, which has been continued, the 6, which are certainly ongoing, and then now the potential of an additional 8. So in totality, if the current 6, and the future 8 SROs, if that goes forward, by 27-28, we are seeing an ongoing operational cost of $2 million annually. And whatever that may look like, of course that does have some COLAs and so forth built in that Mr. Carter has built into the spreadsheet, and we're going to share those scenarios with you, and Brian, Mr. Carter can walk the board through some of these costs. I should also say in this, over a 5-year period, potentially of $1 million, potentially on capital for equipment, vehicles, and so forth, because there is a 5-year typical replacement cost for vehicles. However, that's not to say that that has to occur, meaning we know SROs have a different function than law enforcement patrol deputies. Patrol deputies likely need, and the sheriff and the major certainly can speak to this better than I can, likely need greater capacity, if you will, in terms of a patrol vehicle and not necessarily just a vehicle, if you will. We did have some conversation in recent weeks. I should say this is not just unique to Franklin County. I think localities around the Commonwealth are having this conversation in terms of school security and school resource officer coverage. I had a conversation with the county administrator in Henry County most recently, where Henry County devised a plan, if you will, working with their school system, and their school system utilizing vacancy savings within their school system to provide school resource officer coverage the remainder of this school year, but then also looking at next year with vacancy savings, utilizing and partnering with the Office of the Sheriff in Henry County, retired deputies, if you will, on a part-time basis, and not necessarily a full-time basis where they're actually increasing full-time staff, going the route of can we do this, can that locality do this, utilizing part-time retired deputies. And that's just one possibility or action step that another locality has taken. And so where are we in terms of the conversation? We did have this conversation 2 weeks ago, as I said, with this group, with representatives from the schools, the sheriff, and included in that was the town of Rocky Mount. And we reviewed a set of scenarios, cost scenarios, what that would look like of 8 full-time SROs if we go that route of an additional 8 full-time. What would it look like of 4 full-time, 4 part-time, or what if we go the route of all 8 SROs as part-time and modifying the grant application? And we do understand that can be done at the state level. It can be provided part-time. They have to be all sworn law enforcement, but it can be done and so forth. So with that being said, Mr. Carter, I may get you to advance the slide again. I believe we're at the point of looking at some of these scenarios, and I'm going to we'll ask maybe some of the staff to pass these around to the board. And we have shared, this should not be new to the board. We had shared this information with the board a couple of weeks ago following the meeting that we had. Really thinking through a collaborative, if you will, approach to possibly tackling the funding of school resource officers. Again, these are scenarios. You can see scenario 1 that has 8 full-time SROs. Scenario 1, I should say, and the important caveat here with scenario 1. Scenario 1 includes capital. It includes a certain amount, $537,000 if patrol vehicles and so forth were procured and so forth for 8 full-time, both in 2024, but then also replacement capital in 2029. In scenarios 2 and scenarios 3, in the 4 full-time, 4 part-time, and the 8 all part-time, there is no capital built in to those, with perhaps the assumption, and we have had a conversation with the sheriff's office, the possibility of asset forfeiture dollars, possibly being able to contribute to capital for perhaps a lesser amount of capital that could cover, if you will, provide a vehicle, if you will, for some of these school resource officers to be placed at the schools. If that's a possibility, and or looking at the Sheriff's Department fleet, full well knowing that a fleet of SRO vehicles are, I guess, accumulating far less miles, minimal miles, than a patrol vehicle, and ever how that may look. These are by no means all of the scenarios. There probably could be 3, 4, or 5 dozen scenarios of how to really tackle this. But we wanted to break this down, or at least start the conversation with some thoughts that we've had in talking with some of the other localities, as I mentioned, that may be using some part-time as opposed to full-time. And so you can see these draft cost scenarios. You can see scenario 1 that does include that capital. And so in the fiscal year coming up, the 23-24, so you see 24, that's really now, that's July 1st. If startup capital cost and so forth, if we're saying, hey, yeah, we're going to have 8 new vehicles, we're going to have that $305,000 local match, you can see potentially of about $944,000 of funds that are going to be needed, essentially 800 and some thousand new per se. In 2025, you can see that. Don't necessarily need any vehicles there for the next few years if that were the route. 482, 561, 981. And then you can see in 2028, that's when the 6 SROs and the 8 SROs grant essentially expires. And that's where that $2 million number comes from of ongoing cost. Now that's just one scenario. Mr. Carter, maybe next slide, if we look at scenario 2, you can see there where This is assuming no capital, that perhaps vehicles are found or utilized within the existing fleet in some way, some form, some fashion. But then also, rather than 8 full-time additional, 4. So then what is the amount of local funding that would be required at that point? You can see there at the bottom in 2024, July 1st, $343,000. And then you can see how that increases and so forth. And it increases in 25 and 26, COLA, and then also the expiration of the other grants. And then you can see by 2028, by that time, it's about 1.2 million. Again, far less than 2 million on the previous slide. And so, Mr. Carter, in scenario 3, this is assuming all 8, maybe retired part-time deputies are providing SRO security within the schools. You can see that amount there at $281,000, and then you can see it increasing again at 2027, 2028. Those are the years that the 6 and then the 8 expire. Again, you're almost at $1 million there by 2028. Now, these are just 3 scenarios. I'm sure there are multiple combinations. Now, you can see in your spreadsheet, and Mr. Carter can speak to this, the handout that was passed out previously. What would that look like if there's a cost share among the Sheriff's Department, the county, and the schools? And you can see, just splitting it just for number purposes, mathematical purposes, under scenario 1, you can see into thirds. So if we had to come up again on the operational cost of that support, roughly $135,000 or so for fiscal year 24. Scenario 2, you can see the numbers there, the 1/3 distribution, and then finally scenario 3, you can see the distribution there if that were somehow distributed into thirds. We have had some conversations, and we've talked with the Office of the Sheriff, we've talked with the school superintendent. If there were any other thoughts, we left the meeting 2 weeks ago and asked representatives of that meeting if they had any other thoughts in terms of their input, appetite, if you will, ideas, if you will, on this collaborative approach of maybe how do we spread these numbers out in terms of the contributions from these other entities. We did have a conversation with the town of Rocky Mount. They were present in the meeting with their existing SROs. If there was any consideration that they may have, the fact that Lee Wade Elementary School, Rocky Mount Elementary School, and the Giroux Center are all located physically in the town of Rocky Mount, of course. And if there is dispatch for McCall, certainly the town PD, that is their service area, and so forth. So we have at least had that initial conversation with the town of Rocky Mount. Mr. Carter, let's see. So some additional considerations in all of this. We know there's non-supplantation language as part of the state SRO grant program, meaning that if we were to receive other federal dollars, or if we utilize local dollars, we cannot utilize those as the local match, if you will, for the state dollars, essentially. And then, of course, there's the ongoing future funding beyond the SRO grants, whatever that may look like. Again, that high number of $2 million, perhaps that more moderate number of $1 million. Mr. Carter. And so in terms of next steps, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, really we wanted to share with what's been done to date, share some of these cost scenarios with you, maybe try to share in some discussion of the grant award. We know that acceptance is a 60-day window. Looking at this local match, what does that look like? How perhaps that can be achieved if that's the pleasure of the board, and certainly going forward. And then finally, the discussion of the ongoing SRO positions beyond the grant funding. There's no indication that is required that you have to continue to support SROs beyond the grant funding. Those are just things to consider. And of course, if there are any questions, but we wanted to at least, Mr. Chairman, share the information, start the conversation.
Okay.
My first question is thank y'all, first of all, for the work put into this. Explain to me the 1/3 funding formula, because the way I comprehend the budget, if we're asking the school and the sheriff office to pitch in 1/3, that just means they have to make cuts in their budget to make it work, because we fund them. Am I comprehending that correctly?
Right, yeah.
So,
Or define it, or repurpose, if you will.
so basically, we'd have to come up with 1/3 more, and then they'd have to make cuts to make their 1/3 work.
Potentially, or repurpose, yeah, yes, that's correct.
That doesn't make much sense to me, but that's my comment on that. But, I mean, we fund both of them, so I don't understand how we can ask them to make cuts. I mean, it sounds like they're both pretty thin as it is, in my opinion. But I'm going to try to be quiet and listen to everybody else's comments for a few minutes. That's all I think.
Any other questions?
I've got a couple questions, and it's right along my questions go right along with what Ronnie just said. Mr. Carter, a 1 cent tax increase generates roughly how much money?
For real estate,
Real estate.
1 cent's about $700,000 of additional money.
My other question, well, first off, it's to the sheriff. If I understand correctly, school resource, you put a school resource officer, they have to have 3 or plus more years service on the road.
It was initially 3 when we came to the board for the 6, but they have backed off of that, and it is now 2 years of law enforcement required.
All right, my question is, what is that doing to your experience on the road?
Well, it's a great question, and as you well know, our average year of service on the road now is probably 4 years, around 4 years, so it's very tight to get that pool. We were fortunate to make the requirements necessary for the 6. Again, I think it was prudent on our part that we divided up many localities, just tried to get the full whatever number they needed, but it served us well to get the 6 in. Now as we're looking at the 8, I will say that initially we had thought that we would be better served by full-time, not part-time, but we have several of our members that are close to the retirement or have already reached the retirement age that have shown an interest in this part-time piece, which does reduce the cost. And we have reevaluated, looked, and feel that that may be a good objective for us to move toward the part-time positions. Now, right now, I would say that maybe there's an interest of 3 that could grow. But there again, we're looking for their experience and how long they've been in law enforcement or may have been out of law enforcement as to making a change coming back. That's a factor that everybody's looking at as well. But again, it's challenging, but it has been those that have shown interest in these positions that are reaching the end of their career, maybe 20, 25 years, and they're looking at that retirement option. This has given them an opportunity to reevaluate, maybe I step into that part-time role.
I understand that and know that, but to replace that man or woman, you still gotta hire somebody to put in there, and that's cutting your experience on the road
Correct.
or your other everyday activities.
Right. Unless we're fortunate enough to hire somebody that's
Already
working
certified.
certified and coming from a different agency.
Now, your asset forfeiture, it was suggested that you use your asset forfeiture money, but that money has typically been used for other projects. What are you going to do with those projects?
Well, and let me say this, that was one piece thrown out. We did not go into deep discussion as far as, everything's just on the table, and we're looking at it. And I'm not saying that that may be something we certainly could look at, but as you well know, everything we do is kind of fluid.
Yes.
Right now, the regional jail numbers have come down. They were extremely high for years, now they're down. Now, would they go back up? They could very well, but under some of the sentencing reform guidelines, they may stay down for a period of time, but you can have a very good year, you can have a bad year, but certainly the forfeit asset money has benefited us greatly in our efforts of drug enforcement, which we do not have a real stout amount of money in our operating budget to do that. So that is a very prominent piece that helps us function the things we do. But there again, I'm not saying that we couldn't come up with some funds maybe to help. I will say this, you already know this, aside from a vehicle, when you uniform an individual now, you really get expensive when you start talking about the radio and the body cameras and those things. You know, you're talking thousands and thousands of dollars to do that. So I'm not saying that we would have a longevity of funding to be able to meet that for sure. But again, we're willing to look at pieces of things we can do, and from the vehicle standpoint, we're looking at, we are trying to project if we increase our mileage, looking at certainly used fleet, or the fleet that could actually go into our school resource officers, because the vehicle will be seated for most of the 8-hour day period. So we're looking at those efforts. And I will say that this certainly doesn't, the end result is still the amount of funding that is going to happen. But this year, that was a big number thrown out, the 300-some thousand, then additional 400. But a lot of that is contingent on how quickly we fill these positions too. So it may reach that number if we got all 8, or if we weren't able to get all 8, that number certainly would be lower. But I'm not asking you to base it on that, just knowing that how that movement is.
I said all that to say and ask those questions, because I think Mr. Mitchell hit the nail on the head straight up. If these sheriff's department and the school is working within their budget, we can't ask them to do with so much. It's just not there. And the way the funding is going to have to come, it's going to have to come through a tax increase. Because if everybody's doing everything that they're supposed to be doing, every department, if their budget is on schedule like it's supposed to be, I'm talking about the county and everything, if we keep doing this, short of laying everybody off and going back to square one when the grant money runs out and there's nobody there, and then laying off, 8, 10, 12, 14 people, I mean, that's it. And then this here is one of those, if we do this and continue doing it the right way, look, I'm telling you, from my years on the sheriff's department, on the police department, 3-year officer on the road. Wow. Wow. It's dangerous, is what I'm saying. It is dangerous. Now we're talking about the way I see it, and I'll shut up, trying to fix a problem with school resource officers, but you're creating another problem on the road.
Mr. Chair, a point of clarification, if I may. With this formula of doing thirds, I just want to keep in mind that the schools, as we all know, committed $300,000 quite a few months ago to this, and then paying for the ones that they're paying for. Their annual contribution is going to end up being about $420,000. Is that right?
Total, including the county right now, about 436.
Fourth, okay. So the schools are already paying and will continue to pay in terms of what's reflected. This is what's reflected here. So there's going to be no more cuts that they're going to have to make unless they just choose to put pressure on this, in budget decision making. So that's kind of, I just wanted to, especially those that weren't in the meeting, to just clarify that a little bit.
I know, I understand, Chris and Brian, the scenarios, the way it's broken down, what we wanted to show, by breaking down the thirds, show that everyone has an active part. But at the end of the day, whether it's 93+ thousand coming from the school, coming from the sheriff, coming from the county, it's all coming from the county. And I've thought about this a lot over the last couple of weeks since we looked at this. The school has to dedicate more money, then they're gonna have to request more money from somewhere else. And so at the end of the day, this board's gotta figure out how to come up with some more money. And like Ronnie said, the only clear way is through a tax increase. We don't know what reassessment's gonna bring next year. All indication is that we're probably gonna be looking at doing a tax decrease because our neighbors around us are seeing some huge assessment numbers, and so they're cutting back to keep those costs down. We as a board have to do the heavy lifting and figure out where this recurring money comes from. I do think that the part-time scenario for the 8, I like that better than the others. I know I have a lot of friends in Henry County and other counties around, and you think part-time, well, how's a part-time officer going to serve full-time during the week? Well, they're off June and July, and by being off June and July and 2 weeks of Christmas, or how it works out, they fall below the, was it 1,600 hours or 1,500 hours a year? So they fall well below that, so they're considered a part-time employee, so which doesn't require benefits from the county and things like that. Most of those locations, I know Henry County is paying $35 an hour for part-time SROs, and of course they don't have any benefits. You're still looking at $50,000 a year for the SROs. Not too shabby. And I talked to the sheriff a couple of weeks ago, and I told him that my fear, like Ronnie said, by trying to fix the SRO issue, we're going to create another issue on road patrol. And so we've got to balance all this out, but that's not our job. Our job is to find the funding and figure out if we're going to be able to fund it. Let's put the weight on the sheriff to balance out where his experience is going. And I have full confidence in the sheriff and his staff that they'll do that at the end of the day and make that work. With all that said, we've got to roll up our sleeves and decide how we're going to face this. That's my 2 cents worth. Anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I like the thoughts of the third. I think third coming from every entity. I think when you're spending taxpayer dollars, it's good for everybody to show that they have a little skin in the game. And what you're saying there, Ronnie, about how we fund them anyway, and I get that too, but it never hurts to look at your own deal and see if you can come up with those dollars yourself. Brian, you were just talking earlier about how we're probably going to miss the personal property tax collection. We're going to miss the budget. And would you attribute that to people not having money or inflation? What would you attribute that to?
I think most of what we're seeing when we compare year over year is just people not paying an uncollectible portion of taxes, and more than likely that is contributed to an inflationary portion of the economy. Just don't have the money.
And talking about adding, well, you said $700,000 for every dollar put on real estate. So if we're looking at $3 billion, you're looking at 4 cents on real estate, 5 cents on real estate. And I support the SROs for what they are, what they're doing now. I've spoke to a lot of people with the schools in my community, and everybody's happy with it. Down at Snow Creek and Sontag, they love having traps down there. They love it. And it's going well for them. And if it was free, I would say put 3 of them in every school. But and I also like Ronnie's point of we're going to wind up with a problem on the road if we have a lot of good police leaving to go do that. And it's just, I don't see a tax increase. And we have multiple other departments who are asking for positions as well. We haven't funded them. Because and it stuck out to me what y'all said about a maintenance budget. And I believe that's nothing but fair to taxpayers in times such as these, when they're obviously struggling to pay the taxes they have. I just can't see putting that on top of them. It's my 2 cents.
Anyone else?
So that we get preliminary approval of the grant for 8, is that correct?
That's my understanding. I may defer to the sheriff's office. I think they received notification just yesterday, Brad.
That is correct, yes. And what I understand from it, there's a piece of, the award was made, but it's got to wait till you get the official letter. And then at that particular time, if there's been some changes to your initial request, I think it's more so now it's incumbent if there's anything different from our perspective, not from the state. That's what I'm presuming. Meaning that we asked for 8, and now the board has decided we're not going to do 8, we're going to do 5. You know, we would have to make those adjustments or whatever that may be. So it's, again, I think it's more incumbent upon the locality at that time to see if they're, and then the award is announced. But we feel very comfortable with the 8. I will say too, I'm not sure if I remember the slide, but the 2 that currently that particular grant ends this year, and the county would have to be, they've extended that another full year to pay just a 40% match for those first 2. We had requested that, and they approved that.
So, what I will say, of course, I won't be here next year when you guys will have the tough decision on what to set the real estate tax rate at after the assessment. I think it's safe to say that after the reassessment, it's going to be significantly higher. So, I agree with Nick on, yes, the last thing we want to do is raise taxes on the citizens right now. But at the same time, I think I know this board well enough that this board will try to do everything they can next year to come close to equalizing tax rate, to keep the tax rates the same. What I would encourage the board to do is look at keeping at least 1 cent of the reassessment to fund this. The phone calls and emails and being out in the public, this county wants this. I think everybody here has received those same phone calls and emails. And at the same time, we don't want to raise taxes on our citizens, but I think this is money very well spent. And I've said it before, and I will argue with anybody on the fact that our ADM, I think the drop in our ADM has contributed to parents not feeling safe. Their kids are not safe at school. I hate to say that, but I think a lot of parents have taken their kids out of school because they don't want them getting shot. So they're homeschooling. I truly think the return on investment for investing in SROs, we will start seeing parents putting their kids back in school, knowing that there's someone there to protect them. I believe that 100%. I'll argue with anybody over that. So I think you guys will start to see the ADM increase. It might not be substantial, but about $10,000 a kid, state and federal, probably. So I mean, you're looking at, if we can capture 100 kids back from the fallen ADM, that's $1 million. It pays for it right there almost. So, again, you guys know how I'm quick to make motions to spend money, but it's as simple as the money that's needed to implement it now, since we've already approved the budget, which is why I wanted to not approve it until we had the SR discussion a few weeks ago. But we can, twice your tax collection money is over $20 million sitting in an account. We need a few $100,000 to make the 40% match. When you guys are working on the budget next year, you just have to account for it in the budget next year. So we talk about taxpayers' dollars and not raising taxes, but yet we have $50 million sitting in the bank. That is not our money. It is the taxpayers' money. So to just get it going, because it's going to take some time to hire 8 SROs, whether they're full-time or part-time. We need to, if we think we're getting the grant, or it sounds like we are getting the grant, we need to allocate the money so we can start implementing and putting this plan into action today, so that we're getting good qualified applicants and they're able to start putting people in academy to fill the spots on the road and stuff of that nature. So, if the I don't know what the board's comfortable doing today, but I would simply make a motion to take whatever money's needed out of that account, knowing that next year during budget, when you guys are working on budget, that you might have to keep a penny instead of equalizing it completely, keep a penny. And I think the citizens of this county, of course, there's always gonna be a few that are gonna scold you for what you did, but we're put in this position to make these tough decisions. If it takes a 1 cent, 2 cent increase in real estate taxes, so be it. But I hear it time after time that our children are our future. They're our most prized possessions, if you wanna call it that. And I try not to pay much attention to the national news because it just depresses me. There's a mass shooting almost every other day in this country right now. There's one in New Mexico yesterday. We had a murder on North Main Street over the weekend. It's not getting any better out here. We've got to make the tough decision to spend the money. And if we got to raise taxes to do it, we got to do it.
Right, one thing I would point out, just logistically, if the board next year were to utilize some of the equalization, not equalize the rate fully, keep in mind that that will be a spring 2025 decision, which wouldn't take effect until July 2025. So I'm just trying to put it in context.
I'm sure.
You're 2 years out.
And also remember the interest drawn off all that money is what saved us from on this past budget.
That's not always going to be the case. So I don't think the board should put much merit into that.
Some other options that we have on the table as well is the meal tax. If we want to go that route, that is a viable option.
That's not gonna get you
That's
$2
small
million
dollars.
That's not
a year.
gonna get you where you need to be, but
It'll be,
it's a step.
it'll help.
Yeah, we've got to be looking at the $2 million number. Well, that's if you go down to scenario 3, if everybody did their third, that bigger number is 1.1. But, if we don't do anything to equalize the shares here, you're looking at the county taking on a $2 million burden. And it won't, that scares me to death right now. We can't operate our own organization to the level that it should be operating. We just got pressure all the way around us.
You know what scares me?
I know what scares you,
My child getting
and
murdered.
it scares me too.
So like the
Absolutely.
money means nothing to me. I'd spend every cent of this county's money to protect the children in this county. I've said it numerous times. Spending money to protect our children doesn't scare me at all. And I've told you guys, you can place a tax rate, blame on me, put it in the newspaper. I don't care. I don't simply care. Our children deserve this from us, and everybody wants to do it. Let's just do it. Let's just get it done.
Mr. Chairman? Yes.
Sheriff, how many more SROs do we need to have one in every school?
The 8 that we've asked for would take us to all our elementaries covered. It would be 3 at the high school, 2 at the middle school, and it would cover the Giroux Center.
So you need 8.
Does that cover Lee Wade and Rocky Mount?
Yes.
And you're putting one now at the,
We do have one at Christian Heritage. I will say that I met with the headmaster, had a great conversation. I think he came to the board and presented with the understanding we were just going to get them through this particular school year. There would be more discussion. And I think he was going to discuss with his board as well, future, what it meant financially for them to contract maybe through our office and through the county to cover their school as well.
That would be them actually picking up the
Correct.
cost of that
Yes.
office.
Yes.
So how many officers are you down now?
We have a graduating class in March, or May 31st. It's going to give us 5, 4
on the road, one for that.
4 on the road. We've just recently hired 3 that will be ready to go to the academy June 1st. And with that being said, those 3 that we just hired will probably still down with 4.
So with respect to your budget, Sheriff, when you look, I'm sure you've been looking at that since this whole conversation started. I think that's, your acknowledgement about the asset forfeiture fund. very appreciated. Do you have any flexibility in your budget, as an example? If you stopped taking female inmates and sent them to the regional jail and went full census on males, how much money would you be able to recoup from that?
Again, I'm sorry, again, what if I would do what?
If you would not take females in the local jail and put them in the regional program and do full male census at our jail, what kind of, if you could run full census, what would that mean to your budget?
Well, the per diem that we're getting at our jail is much less than what they get at the regional. We're housing 40-some locally. Most all of those are on a trustee workforce status. Of course, we have the Bridging the Gap program that we're running, the addiction recovery program. That's where we end up bringing females back over, which only it's currently 2, and we're looking at starting a new class, and we'd be bringing 3 other females back.
Why can't that be done at the regional program?
There is a program at the regional
That's what I
jail.
thought.
Mhm.
I'm just asking just as, looking at budgets.
Right,
Where there may be some opportunities.
right.
Thank you.
But I understand, I guess, the numbers here would decrease our numbers there, which in essence would help maybe with the total numbers that we have, lower than our numbers, which I believe it was just this, the month of April, we were down from a number of 170-some to 136. And I know that's a big expense that you all have had to address several times over the years, and certainly during COVID. And again, another reason why those numbers have dropped is the BOC released so many inmates during that period of time, their budgets were dropping and they needed to recover more to show on their books, so they were asking for more inmates to come back into the state system.
I don't mean to digress.
No.
Just trying to analyze available funding.
How about vacancy savings? Do we have any, have we realized any vacancy savings with either the school division or sheriff's department or other county agencies that could possibly be tapped to help some of this funding?
Certainly there are some in the school system, I don't know, I can speak to that. Yeah, I think we'll see some vacancy savings in the sheriff's office. I don't know what that number would look like in total right now. So, a combination of that maybe could help. We'll probably have a year in surplus. There could be a way, whether that's the capital for one time. There are some options we could go to.
The bottom line is here, what if it's all you want to in cutting budgets and doing this and doing that? This cannot be done without a tax increase, period. It cannot be done. So that's period. You're gonna go into the fund balance, it's
One-time monies.
It's one-time money, plus we have been advised by our financial people to leave that alone. It will, I'm telling you straight up, and I'm not the sharpest knife in the drawer, but I'm not the dullest either. You start hitting into that fund balance, you're gonna bankrupt this county. It's gonna be just like other counties. It's gonna be like other municipalities. We got to leave that money alone. The only way this can be done, the way at this caliber, is we can't keep asking cut. I mean, it's already been said here that we don't have enough staff already in the county and everything. And then people start retiring. It can't be done without, if we're gonna go to this caliber, it's a tax increase now. You're gonna sell that to your constituents. But that's the only way. I mean, this is just, we can sit here and guess and cut and cut. I mean, it's just like, just like we were talking a while ago, asset forfeiture money. You don't never know how much that is. You don't know what you're gonna find. You have no clue what that is. But that's where training's coming from. That's where dogs are coming from. That's where maintenance is coming from. That's where special equipment's coming from, and all of it. I mean, bottom line, you say what you want to. If we're gonna do this, it's gonna be a tax increase. It can't be done without one.
Ronnie, I would like to piggyback on something you said about the reserves, fund balance and capital reserve and so forth. Having been in New York last week with Brian and Chris going to the rating agencies, I'm telling you, we got a strong message from all three rating agencies that the condition that our reserve is in and our fund balance is exceptional. They look favorably on it in terms of us at least maintaining our bond rating. And they sat there and told us that, you know, any use of those funds, especially in operating, especially, is highly discouraged and would impact us adversely. So that's just something, that's feedback we're getting from the very agencies that we're relying on to keep our outstanding bond rating, which is very, very important.
I agree with Ronnie too. It's whether or not you want to do a tax increase. And what we've talked about right there, a penny's not gonna cover it.
Well, a penny next year is probably gonna be worth more than $700,000.
Still don't think it'll cover it.
It'll probably be what, Brian,
But
maybe
that
close to
depends.
$1 million maybe?
Depending on reassessment.
Yeah, the reassessment number.
Without equalizing.
Right.
Yes.
Yeah.
You could
But
broach it.
that depends on what we set it at too.
Brian, have we got any debt retirement coming up? Any significant, let me rephrase that. Do we have any significant debt retirement coming
We do coming in around 25, 26, and then 28, but a lot of that is layered in to work with the middle school project and even a possible CTE to keep the tax rate low there. So if we use debt service out of that, we probably have to look at increased revenue to pay the debt service on the middle school project, for example. Yes.
So there's going to need to be a revenue increase from somewhere. Either cover this or cover this, but either way,
Either way,
it's going to have to come.
Tim, I think I told you, you know, I've had conversations with some of you guys. The days of kicking the can down the road,
we done kicked it forward we can.
if you will, we are past that. And unfortunately, it's going to require some courage of this board to acknowledge where the needs are with prioritization and understanding what we need to be funding. And we only had a balanced budget for 23-24 because we had interest earnings. That is scary. That is scary from being a fiduciary on this board. And we do not ever want to touch our one-time monies for that. So courage is going to have to be demonstrated to acknowledge the priorities and how we're going to fund them.
I would just echo, if I may, Mr. Chairman, with Ms. Smith's point, a couple of things. Well, one, with the fund balance is very important from the rating agency standpoint. But then secondly, and we were very transparent with the budget, that this was a maintenance stopgap year budget, as Mr. Mitchell already noted. And with the interest earnings, and we're very fortunate that we have, that was kind of saving grace this year with those interest earnings. I think we'll be okay in the next fiscal year from that standpoint. There's no indication that interest rates won't come down anytime soon. However, further into calendar year 24, so mid-year next year, into 25, if interest rates start to go back down, that interest earnings have to be replenished in some way with revenue in the county. For our current ongoing operations, much less additional SROs. And so we are at a very, very critical point in terms of discussion, in terms of new revenue and so forth. And I do understand this is a very, I guess, strong topic, if you will, in terms of how to go about this. But I appreciate the board and certainly the discussion, Mr. Carter, in anticipating that we may get questions regarding some funding sources and so forth. You can see on the slide there with the general property taxes right now this is based on current assessed value, and it's already mentioned, a penny's about $700,000. penny on personal property is about 75,000. Now, again, that's current assessed value rates, not necessarily new assessed value rates, which we won't know to next year. And of course, Mr. Carter already shared with you earlier in his finance update, the cigarette tax and the meals tax, and those are just a few.
I have a question and a comment. Some of this property the county owns, the Fairham property, the stuff on Windy Gap Mountain, in ballpark, what's that worth? What's all that property assessed at?
Good question. The fair property, Mr. Carter, rather than me give you a wrong answer on that, certainly I'll get back to you on that. It's not significant. I will tell you it's not significant dollars the last time that we had looked at the assessed value, but we'll get those values.
And I'm just throwing this out there. We need to divest ourselves of this property ASAP. Put that Fairham property on the market, a sealed bid, see what comes in, let a developer bid on it.
Yes.
Talk about kicking the can down the road. We've kicked that can down the road the whole time I've been on this board. I'm just looking at an alternative way to get some money in here and get some property back on the tax rolls.
Most certainly. We'll get that information too.
I've been preaching that for long. It needs to be gone. We don't need to be sitting on this problem. We need to sell it, put that money back in there, and get it back on the tax tickets. All this property.
And one other question. What's the town's skin in this game as far as providing some of these SROs?
The town participated in the meeting, Mr. Carter, a couple of weeks ago. They were attentive in terms of providing one SRO at the middle school and one at the high school. They didn't give any indication that they would not continue the SRO at the middle and the high school. Furthermore, didn't get any indication. Of course, that wasn't the entire council. That was just the mayor and the town manager. Didn't get any indication that we look to expand, say, one to Lee Wade or one to Rocky Mountain Elementary. But we did make that known, in terms of certainly we welcome that participation, to your point, with the skin in the game.
But they did, when they voted to raise their meals tax this past week, several comments that were made that came from the town council was they were looking for ways to continue funding of their SRO program.
That's correct. From the news media reports, now how that's tied directly and how much that's additional SROs or maybe the existing, I'm not sure. But it was indicated in the news article that the additional 1% meals tax would help go towards perhaps SROs. Again, I don't want to speak for the town.
Sure.
Anyone else? Yes, let's take a 5-minute break and we'll come back. When we come back, if there are no other comments in regard to this subject, we will shift gears over to public safety. Comments from, in regard to SROs, we will switch gears and move
I have one comment.
to, go ahead.
I was gonna say earlier, I personally think that this SRO funding should be under the school system. Ultimately, we're gonna fund them, but I think it should be their budget item and not part of our budget. That's just my opinion.
We kind of, in a way, it raises our level of expenditure that we have to balance the budget with. So depending upon what dedicated revenue stream we would potentially attach, I'm looking to get it out of the operating budget. So as an example, if you were to put a certain taxation next year, a cent out of the, the reassessment or something, we dedicate a revenue source to it. That would keep it from raising the level of operating expenditure, which would help us.
And I'm not saying that to be punitive to the
That
school
makes sense.
system. I just think it should be their budget item moving forward. That's it.
Where are we
Well,
leaving
now
this discussion?
that opens up a whole nother conversation there. There, where is their expertise to, take care of a resource officer? If we're gonna move it, it needs to go to the sheriff. And that's where the training comes from. That's where there's nobody at that school knows how to do anything like that.
Well, I said from the start it needs to be sheriff's office.
Well, it needs to be one or the other. I don't think it needs to be our budget item.
Either way, we're gonna fund it.
Right.
I mean, either way, we're gonna fund it, but if we're gonna take it away from this, it needs to go to the sheriff's department, because that's where the expertise, they're the ones that's got to pick the people and schools. They got, where's their training at? Nobody there knows.
That's just something to think about moving forward. And I'll hold
Nobody there knows what's going on. I mean, you show them, you show that school, a semi-automatic or rifle, and AR-16, 15, they ain't gonna have a clue what's going on. It needs to go to sheriff's.
So Jim, where are we leaving things?
Chris, what action, if any, do you need from us today on this?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, given as I understand, once the letter of award is given to the county, there's a 60-day window there, so there is some time. I think we will need action from the board, whether to accept the grant funding. I think we do need direction from the board in terms of the committed local match. That does not have to occur today. It will need to occur within the 60-day window. What we can do, of course, we know we have our next board meeting, or our next regularly scheduled board meeting, I should say, is June 20th. Not to say that we could have another special call meeting. We'll talk about special call meetings and some work sessions momentarily. I do think we likely will have to have a special call meeting the last week of June anyway, because as Brian noted earlier, the state has not approved their budget, and all expectation is the state's not going to approve that budget until after June 20th rather. So likely that last week in June, that June 20th meeting, last week in June, and potentially, depending on 60 days, there may be to July. But again, we can provide the board additional information in the coming weeks to help you all think through any feedback that we may can receive from you all in terms of how to look at this. I've heard several things today of ongoing revenue streams. If there is a specific revenue stream, such as a cigarette or meals or anything of that nature, of course, public hearings have to be held on those ordinances and so forth. It's the timing of that, whether that's now or whether that's this time next year. Because as we know, as the sheriff mentioned, ever how this is accomplished, if that is the end goal, through retired deputies filling positions or more permanent positions, I do understand to fill positions, it's going to take some time. And so the ongoing operational expense, is it $300,000 immediately, July 1st? No, not necessarily, because as I understand, there's no possible way likely to have those positions in the schools at that time. So we can come back with more information. I'm talking about this, Mr. Chairman, but I just, there's no critical point, decision point today, if that answers your question.
Mr. Chairman, what is the matching fund for that SROs, counties?
305,000 would be the matching fund for just the ASRO grant. Now that is as applied for with all full-time. If we did a mix with part-time, that's gonna change some of the numbers.
Which
Where would
could
that-
explain the capital stuff.
Where would that come from?
The board would need to guide us as to, as to possible areas of where that could come from. I will tell you, that isn't, if the SROs are funded as an ongoing expenditure, we need to identify ongoing revenue. If that ongoing revenue is identified during the equalization discussion, if it's identified later in terms of other funding from cigarette mills, others, that's one thought. If it's not identified, if it's identified as a stopgap, we certainly do not know what year-end surplus would look like at this point, but we would not recommend certainly going beyond the upcoming fiscal year without an ongoing commitment to funding, an ongoing expense. That just wouldn't be fiscally prudent.
But if we could come up with 305,000 to fund this year, and then next year we need to roll up our sleeves and decide either through equalization or through meals tax or cigarette tax or whatever, next year we're going to find some new revenue regardless, if we continue this program.
Most certainly, and I think, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, and you all heard us hopefully plainly looking at the numbers. When the state funds expire, we're looking at significant dollars, ongoing significant dollars, not just hundreds of thousands, potentially $1 million or potentially $2 million, or how that looks over a 5-year period. So we're going to have to, as already has been discussed, we're going to have to identify some ongoing revenue.
Anyone else? And we'll switch gears.
We need cigarette tax, meals tax, we need some more B&Bs, we need some more business.
Yeah.
My gracious.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Members of the board, moving on to the second part this afternoon of the work session is really to pick back up on several discussions and work sessions that we have had periodically with the board over the last year, really going back to last May, where we spent some significant time discussing public safety. At that time, of course, we were talking a lot about staffing or understaffing in terms of the EMS system. The board spent a considerable amount of time on that and work and accomplished quite a bit. I will say there are other things that we still need to, the work still needs to continue and to be completed. The board met again in July in a work session of last year. We'll review some of that. But really last May and July, the board got into discussions in terms of funding apparatus and the needs for funding apparatus, how to go about that, what is the best practice, are there some numeric formulas and apparatus replacement that we need to be looking at in addition to a consideration with the Volunteer Fire Association. And of course the board had advised staff to work with the Volunteer Fire Association after the July work session. And you'll see some of that in the presentation this afternoon, as I understand where that is. And then certainly some other things have been accomplished over the last year as well. There was a volunteer grant program with the use of some carryover dollars. And of course, this board worked diligently on that with the Volunteer Fire Association. And of course, last month, the association was before you and those grants were approved. So some things have been accomplished, but we also know regarding the maintenance of our fleet, a lot of discussion in the January work session with public safety and the volunteer groups in terms of the need for ongoing maintenance. Maintenance is not getting any cheaper, nor is anything at this point. And of course, we were able to put some money in the budget, $60,000 of additional dollars to assist with maintenance. And what does that look like? And so staff has put together some information. I know Mr. Ronnie Mitchell during the budget approval last month in April discussion with Callaway Air Force Rescue. We'll talk a little bit about that. I understand they're not here today, so I know we may need to pick that back up further. And of course, Mr. Mitchell, in terms of the SAFER grant, I know we talked a little bit about that earlier. That's still pending. And so, all that being said, I'm going to let staff jump in here and lead us through. I will say this. I know a topic as large as SROs, I know a topic as large as fire apparatus or maintenance requires a lot of time and deliberation. And so if by all means we need to come back as a board and staff for a meeting completely devoted to that, or a work session and so forth. I know this summer we have several work sessions. We've talked about CIP and facilities. Brandy's with us. We'll be talking next in June. But just keep in mind, because I know sometimes your meetings get compressed in the evenings, that we still have the opportunity to have these other work sessions. So with that being said, I'll ask Mr. Staney maybe to get us started, and I think he'll lead off, and maybe Mr. Ferguson will help some today too.
And I can maybe just sit down because you said pretty much everything.
No, please.
I was
no.
going to say, remember that word dedicated revenue stream, that those words, because you'll hear some of that is through this discussion and through a lot of the things we're talking about. Is a lot of it ties back to funding needs and the ability to have some revenue. So as Chris mentioned, we've talked about several things over the last year to 18 months really related to public safety, and one of those that we can kind of check off the list that was accomplished at your meeting, last meeting or the meeting before, was the volunteer grant program, and Mr. Ledbetter's here, and thanks to him and his group for kind of working through that application and those requests from those agencies, and you guys approved those last time, so I'm sure all those agencies are working through that process to order those things and so forth, and so they'll be working with our finance department to process those reimbursements and payments for those. And then Snow Creek, as Chris mentioned, the additional coverage there in Snow Creek, and we're still really waiting for this SAFER grant, and so you're going to get tired of hearing us say that. But until we get a yes or no, we're kind of still waiting on that, because that's really what's going to help pay for it from the feds. If we're not able to get that, then we will have to find other ways in the budget to cover that. But that's really the only thing that's holding that up, really, to be able to advertise and start getting people filling those positions is, we can't do any of that until we get the official award on that or the official denial. So I'm continually reaching out to our federal legislators to ping FEMA and say, hey, have you heard anything more about this? So the one thing we do know is that it's not closed yet. So what they've told us is, hey, you still have a chance, because unless you've gotten a denial letter, you're still in the running. So that's about all I can tell you right now. So as soon as we hear, we'll let you guys know as soon as we know anything. So as far as today, we really just wanted to try to cover these three items at the bottom here for the work session. And as Chris mentioned, Callaway Rescue, that's really just a follow-up to Supervisor Mitchell's comments at the last meeting, and just let him and everyone else know kind of the status there. And then certainly, since they're not here, we certainly can have more in-depth conversation about that later, whether, as Chris said, whether that's a special meeting or a future regular meeting. The other two items we really want to try to get to today is the apparatus maintenance and replacement, and so we'll let Billy jump up and cover those. So just quickly, a little bit of background on rescue agencies in general is over the past couple of years, and we've kind of highlighted the last 2 years here of just how the county funding has kind of declined to the agencies, because a lot of them have either really completely reduced calls, completely stopped calls, and in some cases actually dissolved the agency. And others are just running a very small number of calls, and so we've reduced the funding down to that 78-75, which is kind of the baseline number for the rescue agencies. And then in 23-24, which was the point that was brought up last time, Callaway Rescue was also reduced down from the full funding down to the 78-75. In addition, in this budget, the Glade Hill Rescue Squad was cut down to zero. Two reasons really. One is with the new station coming on, the folks, the career staff that's in that station will be moving to the new building. But then also that agency is dissolving as literally right now, I think, in liquidating their assets and so forth. So that was another change in the recent budget. And then just a footnote that Red Valley and Scruggs Rescue still receive the full allotment. And then Cool Branch Rescue, which is obviously an out-of-county agency, but do a lot of calls in our county as well. They're funded by the county at $12,600. And as we mentioned, Supervisor Mitchell had brought this up and asked us to meet with them, and so several staff members and myself met with their leadership on May 8th. And these are just some bullet items of things we talked about. We talked a lot about volunteer recruitment and retention concerns. They do have concerns about being able to not only recruit volunteers out in Callaway, but to keep them. And part of that had to do with the lower call volume. Some of it is just lack of volunteerism in general. And so we talked about a lot of things, and I'll mention Kim in the back there with our public safety staff as our volunteer coordinator. And so she was there with us as well and talked to them about a lot of ideas. And I think even actually after the meeting had ended, I think she was still talking to them about opportunities where she can help them to hopefully increase their volunteer numbers. We talked about the reduction in the allocation, which was really kind of the premise of the meeting, but we did talk about a lot of these other things. Talked about the response rates, call volume. We talked about equipment needs and assistance and how public safety can help them in some of their equipment needs as well as training. And then we also talked about the ambulance rotation, which we've talked about here before, where in the overall system, we've got some ambulances that have over 100,000 miles, and we have some that have maybe less than 10,000. I don't know the exact numbers. And just the ability to rotate some of those that have the higher volumes or the higher mileage out of our higher volume stations, if you will, and rotate them so we can extend the fleet life of the overall system. That's just some of the call volumes, and we'll go through that whenever we have this conversation in more detail, just kind of showing how some of those response numbers have gone down. So again, just some of those things we talked about, and some of the things we're working towards with them, and we left that meeting, hey, we're going to meet again, we're going to continue to meet, Kim's going to continue to meet with them and see how we can continue to assist them with training, equipment needs. I think you guys already had done some things with oxygen tanks, changing those out, working with them on that, as well as the funding and looking at some ways that we can come up with maybe a kind of a tiered system of funding where if there's a certain number of calls, that equates to a certain funding amount. So those are some of the things we talked about, and we left that meeting that, hey, we'll get back together and talk about those ideas further. So just wanted to give a quick update and let you know, we did follow up with them. We did have a conversation, and I thought it was really a productive meeting where we got to talk about a lot of different things. And so I'll transfer now over to Billy and let Billy jump into the apparatus maintenance program, and then followed by the apparatus replacement plan after that. There's a mouthful to say already.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, thank you for this opportunity. And like Steve said earlier, we have been meeting with the Volunteer Association, the district captains, and the staff to look at some apparatus maintenance funding. And thankfully, the board presented us with awarded $60,000 in the budget, which we understand is a good start for that. But I just want to brief you just a little bit on the cost of this stuff. I was talking to Mr. Ledbetter yesterday, I believe it was, and he's got a tank up there that to replace a set of tires is $10,000. It's not like replacing a car. To change the oil in the truck is $2,500. So you can see how these monies roll up real quick. So we staff work with the association, work with the volunteer chiefs, and at our April 27th meeting, we presented this. The volunteer association, the district chiefs took a vote, and we're here to present to you what we are planning on moving forward with, unless anybody has any real objections to it. So the board asked staff to support providing more maintenance funding to volunteers. We rush out through emails and phone calls, and got 5 years of maintenance data, requests from the volunteer agencies. We averaged that up, and it came to about $135,000 over a year's period to supply the maintenance costs that these agencies go through. And we're just talking about fire departments here. $60,000 was approved in this budget. We discussed the allocation of the volunteer chiefs. At the district chiefs meeting, it was approved unanimous vote to begin covering routine maintenance items only. And that was defined as oil changes, brake jobs, windshield wiper replacements, and the like. And let me go back, and then we'll document, track, spending, and continue to work with the board for additional funding. Development of revenue maintenance program, we feel may extend the life of the truck. While a lot of agencies do really well on their maintenance, some just don't have the personnel or maybe don't do it exactly like it should be done. And we feel this would extend the life of the apparatus. It allows for collection of long-term data. Again, the district chiefs voted and approved for maintenance reimbursement up to, and I should have made that number $6,700, but $6,666 per company. So we're looking at that, so everybody kind of has a share of the pot there, and we'd approve that. They can either pay the bill themselves, submit it to public safety, and we'll reimburse, or they can just have the bill sent to us, pay, and we'll take care of it. That's entirely up to the local department. If they go under that, let's just say that Department A only utilizes $4,000, then we can move that to another department to help them with something where they may have went over. Fund will be utilized for preventive maintenance. Each agency can decide to pay the invoice directly and be reimbursed, or have the invoice sent directly to public safety. At the meeting, there was some discussion that, that some departments, as soon as they got the invoice, they want to pay it, where with us, it may take a couple weeks to process it through. There were some other companies that just want to send it to us, and we would pay it straight out. So that's up to each department, and we can certainly work with that. Program will be evaluated at quarterly district chiefs meetings. We have district chiefs meetings every quarter, and we will look at that and make sure we were compliant with what Volunteer Chiefs Association said, and what staff needs to work with Brian to make sure he gets the stuff he needs for the accounting purposes. Any large-scale apparatus or cost items such as engines, pumps, tires, we would present to the board for additional funding. So if tank 3 goes out and pops an engine tonight, or a pump goes bad, these are high dollar items. Again, a set of tires is $10 grand. We would come back and ask you to help these agencies out with purchasing that. And I've looked at some other localities around, and most localities, this is the way they operate as far as costly items. If you lose a pump, if you lose a pump out of a truck and engine, you're talking tens of thousands of dollars. Most departments cannot afford that. Staff and departments plan to be moving forward with this process beginning on July 1st. Again, it's been approved by the Volunteer Association. Chief Ledbetter, I don't know if you have anything to add to that. Chief Peters, it's also been approved by the district chiefs. So we plan on moving that forward and implementing that July 1st. Okay. All right. So now we will talk a little bit about fire apparatus replacement here. So just a history of where we got to where we are today. So prior to 2022, the volunteer chiefs of that department would sit around a table just like we're doing today, and would discuss amongst themselves who needed a truck and where it needed to be in a rotation. And we typically worked out about a 10-year rotation, knowing that that wasn't engraved in stone, that we could adjust, and we've had that. I think Furrow adjusted a truck, I think Gladue did where we moved them up and back, I believe Scruggs did. But we've seen where that, that just wasn't sustainable with the cost of fire trucks today. I can remember when we bought a fire truck and 2 ambulances every year. The fire truck was about $285,000, an ambulance would run you about $135,000. We bought our last 3 ambulances in 2020. They were $236,000 a piece. Same truck is $400,000 today. The last engine we bought was about $475,000. The truck is running about $850,000 today. So it's just not sustainable. And you heard it earlier with the sheriff stuff. So in May 3rd, we discussed utilization of a formula-based approach for apparatus. We presented that to a couple board meetings. We passed it out at the I provided Chairman Ledbetter for the Volunteer Association with passing out of district chiefs meetings, and I think the consensus was that was a good starting point. While it still needed some human input, we all realized that was a good starting point. So, in July 19th, we discussed the International Association of Fire Chiefs formula approach. This is an approach that's put together with the IFC. It's adaptable. You can change the formula and tweak it. It's utilized for numerous agencies around the country. And the board agreed to move forward with input and participation of volunteers. And I remember Chairman Tatum saying that, that while he agreed with it, he's got a significant volunteer background, that we needed that human element into that too. So we worked with the Volunteer Association and district chiefs again to formulate an apparatus review committee that was made up of several different knowledgeable truck folks around the county. I think it was 5 or 6 on there, to go out and look at each station's apparatus. We did that in September. We also included, as was rotating around to the stations, that particular station chief. So if we were at Fairham at night, the Fairham chief was added to the board. If we were at Callaway, the Callaway chief was added to the board, helping view his trucks and kind of give a history of them. So January 17th of this year, we again come back and display the results that was provided in a handout. January 26th, we discussed this at the district chiefs meeting and all agreed it'd be a good starting point, because everyone has said several times it needed the human element. So Chairman Ledbetter went back, discussed this with the Volunteer Association, and they put together a matrix which pretty much mirrored what the formula said. There was a couple of flip-flops again based on the chief's input at the local station where you may need to move a truck up or back. Chairman Ledbetter presented that matrix at the April 27th meeting and felt that it could be moved forward utilizing that formula, and we actually took a vote of the group there. Again, it was a unanimous decision to incorporate the matrix into this formula-based program and move it forward. Current process we talked about since the mid-90s. 2022, the board asked staff to look at some kind of formula-based program and also capture volunteer input. We talked about that. Here's the apparatus review committee. James Richards, who's a member of Scruggs, also works for Roanoke City Fire Department, is very knowledgeable in trucks. Chief Peters at Boone's Mill, who's here today. Chairman Ledbetter, who drives a lot of heavy apparatus in his day-to-day operations. Scott Cowan, who's chief of Henry and has a military background, I think is pretty knowledgeable with trucks. And then the local chief came in, and all the apparatus were reviewed and graded with the committee. I have the raw grades at the office if anybody wants to see them. We just took those numbers and put them in that formula-based sheet, provided that to the association and to the district chiefs. They came back with the matrix and we kind of merged them together.
Billy,
Yes,
is it possible for us to see, or are you going to show us the criteria in the matrix?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So, asking you shall see.
There you go. Thank you.
The following criteria was utilized, and I'll break this down, explain each one of these. But it was vehicle type, it's an engine, a tank, or a brush truck. Different ones have different values you assign to them. Of the years in service, pump size, tank size, the mileage on the truck. There was a point system we gave here. So he got 1 point for every 10,000 miles. There was a gasoline engine, 2 points for every 20,000. 1 point for every 20,000 miles. There was a diesel engine. The engine hours. We typically get rid of fire trucks at low mileage. A fire truck won't run a whole lot of mileage. We may send one to salvage with 12, 15,000 miles, but it'll have, 10,000 engine hours because it sit there and run and scenes and everything. The maintenance and repair costs. As you look around other jurisdictions, a lot of them, when maintenance starts exceeding 80% of the initial cost of the truck, it's time to look how we can remedy that. How reliable was the vehicle condition and the type of service it provided. And we'll break down Ms. Smith that a little bit more. So look at the age. We give it 0.075 points for chronological age. The initial IFC had 1 point. which would have drove the score higher, but as a group, we bored it down to .075. So if it was a 10-year-old truck, it was 10 years times that, and it would calculate out and give you the score there. Miles, we talked about. 1 point for each 10,000 miles or each 20,000 miles of the diesel, or 500 engine hours used, and it would calculate that, put a score out, and look at that. The type of service, you would score it 1, 3, or 5, and this scoring came from that committee that went around with the input from the local chief on the assigned type of service units was exposed to. So 5 purple would be given a 5 because, you know, probably 90% of the fires that go out, that pumper or engine, depending on what station, it's the first truck out the door. So that's, you know, really, a station is hard to function without that kind of truck. So it got a 5, where you may have a command vehicle, you gave it a 1. Because, you know, we can have a command vehicle go out of service and still function, the department still function. Reliability, 1, 3, or 5, depending on the frequency the vehicle's in the shop. 5, we assign the vehicle in the shop 2 or more times per month on average. And we see that, you know, where you've got a vehicle that's in the shop more than it's out of the shop. Or 1 if it's in the shop about once every 3 months or less. So again, these points were plugged in. Maintenance and repair costs, 1 to 5, looked at the total maintenance and repair. A 5 is assigned the vehicle with the lights. Maintenance and repair costs was equal or greater than the vehicles in the original purchase price of 1 with 20% for the lights. So we compared that looking back. Now, this right here wasn't exact science because some of these trucks were 30 years old, so we really didn't know what the original purchase price was. Condition of the truck, this category took into condition body, condition rust, interior, accident history, anticipate repairs. I was talking to Chairman Ledbetter about a truck that we've moved out of their station. We put the new truck in. And if you just walked up and looked at the truck sitting across the parking lot, it looked almost new. But if you walked up to it and leaned on it, you'd think the front fender was going to fall off of it, or the door was loose, or something like that. It really had some issues. Point range, less than 18 was excellent, 18 to 22 was good, 23 to 27 qualifies for replacement, and 28 and above means immediate replacement. Now I want you to know that we can adjust these numbers however that they need to be adjusted. We may want to say 18 to 25 is good. This was based on what the IFC put together and that a lot of other departments nationwide was using this. So here was the initial chart that we had. It included brush trucks, attack trucks, mini pumpers, units, and everything. So you can see anything in red or yellow is either passed or needed to be replaced. So working with the association, they came back in the matrix. They presented to me, and Chairman Ledbetter, add anything that you feel like you need here. It took into effect what they identified as big trucks, the engines, the tankers, and it kind of moved brush trucks off the parking lot a little bit. So I went back through, and as we go for this next sheet, this took the brush trucks out, it took units out. I did leave mini pumpers in and attack trucks because they're very vital to the organization, and they are a fairly large piece of apparatus. This is just engines and tankers.
Director Pershing,
Yes, sir.
may I make a point?
Yes, sir, absolutely.
Just I want the board to see, and I want them to be proud of what they've done over the last 3.5, 4 years, because they should be very proud of what they've done. But the 4 or 5 lines that are all blue then go to green are trucks that have been bought in the last 4 years. Correct?
Yes, sir.
So kudos to this board for all the hard work and dedicating money to buy those trucks.
And I would love to echo that because it has been, really helpful to the system. Because, it was days when we have a truck out of service and we need a truck to go there. And at times, we had one department one night that, no fault of their own, came in, checked their trucks off, went out to top off the fuel. These trucks were diesel, topping off with gas. There was gas in the tank. We're still working to get the money that it ended up costing about $45,000 in damage that we had to pay to get fixed, and we're working to recoup that money. But we had to, it allowed us, it shut that whole department down. We were allowed to go to another station and relocate some trucks to keep that station up and going. So kudos to everybody in that right there. But this is just to take a look at this chart. One thing that I'll probably jump ahead of myself a little bit here, that I would like some feedback from the group is that, and me and Chief Peters have this conversation at least once a week, and I brought this out at the last Chiefs meeting, is that we kind of, as staff, would like to have some direction from the board, is to, when you think of fire departments, you think of the fire system, what is your goal there? Do you want every truck to be less than 20 years old? The newest version of NFPA 1901 that just came out, which covers fire apparatus, just moved that to 15 years. So is your goal to have every truck NFPA compliant? Or is your goal just to have a truck in the building and go out and put the fire out? And where I'm going with that is the association came back and was very conservative with their estimates and said that they understood the funding, they understood the workings of the board and the county, and they was recommending one truck a year, which we'll get to that. But as you look at this, one truck a year will not get to that NFPA standard. There'll be 4 or 5 years that you'll need 2 and maybe 3 trucks a year. Again, I'm just putting that out, but I would like to have some conversation with the board sometime on what is your goal and objective when you think about a fire department.
Billy, you said that NFPA just changed their standard from 20 to 15.
The last edition of it.
15 for first round.
Frontline truck.
How's that going to affect us ISO wise?
It won't affect the ISO, I say, because several reasons. That is a baseline that you utilize, and it's not it isn't a concrete number. As long as your truck still functions and you can simply get tested that the pump does what it's supposed to do, the truck can do what it's supposed to do, you can still use it for ISO. That's just one criteria they use. Now the other side of that is ISO says that this is the number, so it's 2 different things, but it won't affect the ISO. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, you know, there's really no good and bad when you accept NFPA or not. Some localities do, some don't. Some accept, you can accept sections of NFPA. And I would think that there's probably not a department in this country that meets 100% of NFPA. You know, Chief Lucan worked at Fairfax for 28 years and they didn't meet NFPA. You know, got tons of money up there. So, but is that the long range, high goal you want us to shoot for? Knowing that we're not going to make it, you know, probably in the next 5 or 10 years. But we're going out here looking for trucks and replacing trucks. And we'll add that every truck you buy from a manufacturer is NFPA compliant when you buy it. They don't send you a truck that's not. But if they don't, if we don't keep up the age, like these trucks we got to get out of 30 years old, that truck's not NFPA compliant. And my fear to that, and I think Chairman Ledbetter's from the Volunteer Association point, if something was to happen here and we went to litigation, is a good attorney will come and say, well, you know, Chief Ledbetter or Mr. Whitlow, you know, NFPA, which is a national standard, this is their recommendation. Now, what did you know that they didn't know that helped you make that? Again, there's trucks out here everywhere that are not NFPA compliant.
We truly do everything we can to try to stretch the life of these trucks and get everything we can out of them. You won't find any county department that's more frugal with trying to spend the county money than we try to be. It's, you know, and when we bring this stuff back, we understand there's limitations, just like the SRO stuff, but we're bringing it to your attention that, hey, these things don't last so long, and at the rate, honestly, at the 1 year, one truck a year, we're getting further and further behind. We've got trucks now that's 30 years old. NFPA is now recommended 15 for frontline service. So every year, just like y'all were talking about a while ago about kicking the can, every year we kick it, we're getting, the gap's getting wider and wider.
Just like, I'd like to add that the time you order a truck now from manufacturers is getting to be three years.
3 to 4 years.
So at 20 trucks needing replaced, you take 3 years for the first one, 3 times the thing is that's 60 years that truck's gotta last 57 years in next rotation before it comes up again, buying one truck a year. So next time we'll be back or whatever with, it takes longer to do it with one truck a year.
Thanks, guys. So, community collaborative, selected by the Volunteer Association of Public Safety, went out and evaluated the apparatus, and we also agreed to reevaluate on an annual basis. So we did it in September, sometime this fall, we'll go back out and do it again, look at the same thing. Volunteer Association present recommendation of one truck per year. Again, we need to decide in some dialogue with the board on where do we want to go as an emergency service organization. And we and the volunteer chiefs understand that these are costly items. I mean, you're buying engines now. Rocky Mountain has an engine order right now, $1,069,000. A less expensive one is in the $500,000 to $600,000 range. The recommendation that the Fire Association staff puts together will be included in the annual public safety CIP request. And then we presented these to the district chiefs on April 27th, and they voted and accepted to support the above process on that. So here is the current apparatus, and going back some, so 1819, we ordered an engine, a tire, and a ladder. Those trucks in service. This is also utilizing some CARES funding, and these trucks are also financed. And I think the first one comes off something like 2027, but these are also paid for with ATL monies. We get ATL money in, this year it's right at $200,000. It's based on insurance. It fluctuates a little, but that's what that money is managed for public safety. It's just held there in a county coffer to make the payments on these trucks. And that's Fort Mountain, Boozeville, and Scruggs. Should have put that there. Brush 3 is at Fairham. It is currently in service. That truck used to buy for $70,000. Now you're probably looking at $100,000, $125,000. Tanker 6, Snow Creek, Tanker 9, Burnt Chimney, and Engine 3, which was a stock truck that we just got up there, and I think that truck was $640,000. And it was a stock truck. It really didn't meet all of Fairham's needs, but they made some cuts and it worked, and come some compromises, and they was able to make it work. The next truck up is Pumper 5, a Tanker 5. We've talked about this several times. Then it's Tanker 7, Engine 14, and you will see as we took this on out to, I think it's 3038, show you where it's at. And this was a collaboration between the committee going out development matrix and formula-based process that IFC put together. So the first truck 640, the Callaway truck, if we order it today, it's $524,000 with a 730-day delivery. Warren County had just recently received the truck. It took 41 months to get it. It's 3.5 years. So again, this truck, when we started talking about it back in May, was about, I think it was like 440 something. And now it's 524. And you'll see the age of that truck, 32 years. There's no water in Callaway. There's no municipal water. Callaway definitely needs that truck. And this, again, this is where we've got it projected out. And there it's thrown out to 30, 37, 38. Right now, these trucks are going up about 7 to 10% a year. Now, I will tell you that when we work with the truck vendors, there's a couple things that came up. Me and Chief Lugan was in a conversation down in Richmond last week with at a summit. One of the things to do to cut some costs is move from a conventional cab, from a custom cab to a conventional cab. I talked with Bobby St. Clair, who's one of the reps we deal with. That cuts about $150,000 right there. But it also has some limitations. But a lot of urban areas are going to that. I was at the rescue conference. I think Taylor came down in February. Fairfax County had a truck sitting there on conventional cab. It was a 4-door conventional cab. It was a conventional cab. and Rico County's going to them some. And again, when we get these prices from Pierce, who we've long time used, now Callaway wants a point, I believe is what you pronounce a truck. But with, we have a spec that it was collaborative development between the volunteer chiefs and public safety administration. That's what we send out to Pierce to send us a price back. There is some cuts you can make to that saves you some money. Now, whether we can get $300,000 or $400,000 off, I don't know, but the example I've used with some of the folks is, you know, every firefighter out there loves a Q2 siren. It's got to have a Q2 siren, it's not a fire truck. It's cool, it sounds great going down the road. Every kid loves to blow it, but it costs about $3,500. So could an electronic siren, it maybe costs $500, done the same job? Probably not, but anyway, it is something that that's just an example of something. And you see these trucks here, it's, again, this is where we need some guidance from the board is to, what is your goal? Because basically, these trucks will all age out. We're not going to probably wear one out before it ages out. So, brush trucks will be reviewed individually. Right now, a lot of brush trucks are in fairly good shape. Most of them in a good age. Next one coming up will be Boone's Mill. These others we bought in the last 7 or 8 years. This does not accommodate for the Westlake engine. We kind of moved it off to the side. It also does not take into effect, and we're talking about funding, any EMS vehicles. This is fire trucks only. And we need to look at some capital funding source needed for recurring, because this doesn't go away. We have this conversation every year. So, the quote for this truck is $524,333, and ironically, in the matrix that the Volunteer Association put together and in the formula base, both of them recommended Callaway's truck be replaced. So that was kind of, you know, pleased to see that both formulas were working, and it came together. Anticipated delivery is 30 days. Callaway Volunteer Fire Department, we met and they've approved this. I've got the specs on my desk if anybody wants to see them. And the budget, this was in the budget, using one-time funds. And we'd like to respectfully recommend moving forward with this purchase of this truck. But it requires some board action to appropriate the funding, because even though the budget was passed, it's in there that the funding has not been appropriated for it. So as noted, Callaway's is to be replaced this year. Delivery is still 2 years out. We don't have to pay the truck till it arrives. So it's not, we can prepay it, but if we don't, that's the price, $524. We get a little bit off of that if we prepay it. As the county works for staying up to date with proposed replacement, the board should work to identify additional and dedicated annual funding. We've talked about that. We've talked about some options to do that. I think you mentioned several here today. In advance of next year's budget, the board member we should consider specific annual amount of fire apparatus with a maximum dollar amount of $550 or such. What we're talking about there is that we've looked at other localities, how they do things, and it's a whole hodgepodge things out there. I looked at our surrounding localities. Some of them pay 100%, some pay 50%. I found one that paid 59%, and there's some that don't pay anything. But it's up to the local volunteer department to raise the money. Now, what they did in a lot of that was that, just an example, what one would do, instead of the county retaining all the ATL monies, they give all of it to one department a year. So like this year, we got about $200,000 coming in on ATL. So that would went to Department A. And then it would rotate it all around. We've got 9 departments, so it took 9 years for that to rotate back to them. But that's the money they got. Now, they still got their operational funds and all that other stuff. But they got basically $200,000 capital money to do whatever they please. Most of them did trucks, some did building improvements, but it was there, and that's the money they got. Other than that, the volunteer department had to come up with the money. And this is a lot of money. We've talked about maybe working with the board and the Volunteer Fire Association to to set up, develop a spec, go back and look through the spec and develop a spec. And I'm just throwing out numbers here. It doesn't mean, we gotta go with this, but maybe we say 550,000 for a tanker and 750,000 for an engine that the county is gonna put in, and then the other has to be raised for the local volunteer fire department. That is one option that's been discussed. Other considerations is stock versus custom. We talked a little bit about that. And flexibility among multiple manufacturers. So we pick up a demo vehicle. I took delivery of an ambulance today. I told you a while ago the ambulance cost $400,000. I took delivery of an ambulance today. We paid $298,000 for it. It was a stock unit. It came as it is. The only input we had was what color striping put on it. And it was two-wheel drive. That's the only other thing. All our trucks were four-wheel drive. But I could pull it out today and you couldn't tell the difference in the trucks. You didn't know it was stock. So I think there is some things that we need to look at, we will be forced to look at. And it's going to be, I hear you guys say tough conversation. I think it's going to take some of those. 5 o'clock. So, is there any questions?
We'll open the floor for questions. Starting over here. Go ahead, Ron.
Just a comment, I appreciate the presentation. Very proud of the board for what we've done with purchasing fire trucks, putting money towards maintenance and repairs, upping the operating budget for volunteer fire departments. So I've been very happy to be part of all those decisions over the last 3.5 years. So I think the board deserves a pat on the back. Keep that forward progress. Take care of our volunteers and our paid staff. So give them the tools and equipment they need to do the job.
Well, I know you've been a big advocate for public safety, and we really appreciate that.
Appreciate that, Drew.
And I think as of today, you had up there on the slide for the upcoming need, the immediate need rather, the Callaway truck. We have budgeted $550,000 for replacement of that truck, but we still need to allocate those funds so that they can make that order.
Yeah, that truck has not been ordered.
Yeah.
Right, yeah.
We need to, even though that we helped up on other allocations to wait on the state, would we be appropriate to make that allocation today, or should we wait on the state?
I think it can be, it's a pleasure of the board because the state revenue should not dictate, there won't be any state additional revenue.
This will come out of capital
Yeah.
reserve?
This will come out of the capital
Okay.
reserve.
Yeah.
This is the one, we've set aside the 20 million, if you will. But then there's another 1.5 million above that.
Gotcha.
This would come from that 1.5 million, and then when we know more about BOTI and other things from the state for those other items.
Okay, so
Mr.
So
Chair.
as far as what we need to do today, the important action we need to take today is we need to allocate those funds.
To appropriate those funds.
Appropriate.
That's right.
So we need a motion.
Yes.
Make a motion, you move forward.
I
Okay.
would do it in open session.
We are in open session.
We are open.
It's the pleasure of the board. It's certainly an open meeting. We are in work session. But if you feel more comfortable, in the board room, certainly under the action items.
What's the
I think the board's on occasionally done either, but
Yeah,
it may be more appropriate if Jim Grimm were here to say, it would, to take action in the board room.
we'll wait until we go back out. We'll wait until we go back out and take care of that. I just gotta,
By the way, Mr. Grimm had to step away to another meeting. I'd like to go
he'll be back.
He'll be back.
Anybody else have any comments or questions? Maddie just sent me a text message that dinner is here. So,
If I may, Mr.
Go
Chairman,
ahead.
I'd certainly like to thank Mr. Ferguson, Mr. Ledbetter, Chief Peterson, thank you all, and then certainly staff, working on this. What I will say, I know the big work needs to be done. It's like, is it budget, is it dinner time yet, Mr. Whitlow? Because I know we talked a lot about big numbers with SROs and apparatus replacement. Just on the scale, I'd just like to remind the board, the board will recall every year we're putting about $2.2 million or so towards our capital improvement plan. And years ago it was around $2 million. And prior to COVID, certainly at the time I had put forward wanting to increase that amount by $200,000 every year, really for 10 years to get it to $3 million. We haven't been able to do that with our budgets. That being said, no one could have thought of what would have happened in the inflationary environment post-COVID with the cost of apparatus and ambulances. As Mr. Ferguson already pointed out, you know, a $300,000 or even a $400,000 ambulance, a once $250,000 or $300,000 fire truck, now $750,000. It's far outgrown our budget. And so if we are going to move toward, and there's a consensus of replacing one piece of fire apparatus per year, either an engine or a tanker, just like with the SROs, and it's already been said by the board today, we're going to have to make some really tough decisions. It's going to take some courage to look at some of these things, whether it's an ongoing revenue stream in some way. And I know that doesn't get any easier on this board, but I know we've got a lot to discuss going forward in next year's budget as we look at the capital. Because clearly, if it were not for ARPA and CARES, we could have, with our existing revenues, we would have not been able to purchase those fire trucks. And so that being said, a $550,000 Callaway tanker, fortunately, we've got the reserve to do it. But in terms of the ongoing operation, that $2.2 billion, when we look at the sheriffs, the IT department, all the other county departments, there's no possible way to buy a $500,000 fire truck and the ambulances and do all the other county capital. That's plain and simple. It's not going to happen. We don't have it. And so I know it's going to take a lot of discipline for us. And Mr. Chairman, members of the board, we certainly, as much time we need on this going forward into next year's budget, we'll take the time. But I can't reemphasize that enough.
And I hate to pile on, but I'd be remiss if I didn't mention, you know, we still have other public safety issues to discuss as well, you know, when it comes to animal shelter, animal control, public safety administration building, you know, some other really big issues we also need to talk to when we have more time to get into those.
Well, if I may, Mr. Whitlow, those are the types of things that when we have our capital planning meeting,
Yes.
I think we need to take that broad, comprehensive view across all departments. We need to prioritize those things. That's going to give us and be instructive to us as we look into next fall. We've got to set our priorities and we've got to fund them accordingly, if possible. That's why we keep getting behind.
And we may need a dedicated day or time to talk about those.
I think that capital planning meeting is going to be another meeting. Yeah.
It's going to take quite a few.
Yeah.
Everyone's got a lot.
You do have a lot. And I'll be honest, I don't know if the new public safety building will make it until next year.
It may not,
It may
Brandon.
be sooner than that, depending on
The
our
lease.
lease situations.
Yeah, that property is currently for sale, so where we have the public safety building.
We
So
do
it's
have
a
some,
heightened urgency to.
right. We do have some
Let's look at
stopgap
another home.
thoughts on that if that were to occur, but just Ross's correct.
I haven't voted renew the lease.
I've been on the board.
You sure you don't want to run against
Some of these offices back here.
I'm thinking reconsidering.
Start sharing desks. It's a.
All right, anyone else have anything?
Joe.
call for it.
All right,
Got that cute farm back there in your office.
So dinner's here, right?
dinner's here, I guess go ahead and get your dinner, and when you come back, I'll let Fritz do his administrative update, and he update food truck ordinance, and then we'll
This road will be used for public safety every day, so.
Yeah, give me that.
Take a lot of that, take it off.